Yo, Sob. Hello. Welcome. You're one of the few select. This is a stream only for the ones that, for I forget the expression, but like the real people, not the posers. And we're doing hardcore HTML. Yo, 3 Creepio, hello. Why do you describe yourself as a poser? I mean, you're here, so kind of by definition, my definition, you're not a poser. The move went well. Oh, let's go. Almost fully operational. I think I just need to fix grub. Wait. Fix grub means that you need to get food right now? Am I understanding the slang? But in any case, nice. Nice. Well, glad that you had a good time. So, oh, the bootloader. Oh. Wait, why do you need to fix why do you need to fix the bootloader because you moved? What happened? Oh, okay. Jesus. Okay, give me a sec, and then I'm gonna start. So, but I'll give you a short preview. So, long story short, yesterday night I did EMG by myself, and with that, we pretty much closed the chapter on that mess that was source set and all the weird rules around those things. So now we're basically back to filling out the data in a boring manner, making fast progress. We'll see. So we're starting at 12. Let's see how far we can get today. But I think we're going to be able to make good progress, unless we find something more that, requires custom code. But chances are that now we are basically done with the majority of the weird stuff. I disassembled and reassembled my desktop. You know what I'm thinking? I haven't used this stuff in a long time, but because I don't boot Linux. I have it in like on my physical hardware. I have it in a virtual machine. But if I remember correctly, stuff like connecting the hard drive to a different port, I think would break some of this stuff because they would like hard code um, also things by port. I think. Okay. let's get started. Do. So, what is it that we want to do? Basically, we are at 12 out of 115, and A is not one of those. Even though we have implemented it, it's not there because, check this out, A is missing these guys, and we have a to do here. So, here's what I want to do. Oh, this is an old style thing. Okay, check this out. Check this out. So list dot init. This is an abstraction that I invented after the fact. There we go. There we go. So you can also do this now. Okay. So let's get rid of this to do. So here's the thing that we could do with ping. So one way of doing this is, well, it's a space separated list of URLs. So and it's specific to A, and A has a validate attributes thing. So we could totally do the validation in here. But also, let me see one thing a second. So scene attributes. Why are we tracking scene attributes? I think this is a thing that we were doing before, and I'm not sure we're doing it anymore. Has href. So from scene attributes, we are literally just doing scene. For scene attributes, maybe span. If maybe span, append. Missing href. What? If has item prop. Missing href. Oh, okay. I think I get it. Basically, every single attribute of this guy depends on having href. Okay. Sure. Okay, so for ping, how do we do ping? Do we do it for real or do we complain about it? By the way, ping is such a stupid attribute. Basically, what ping does is it sends, well, it's written here, right? When the link is followed, the browser will send post requests with the body ping to the URLs. Like, who does this? Like no browser should be doing this shit. I'm thinking of turning this into an error, or at very least a warning. Maybe this could be the first warning that we introduce. Another thing that we should be thinking about is whether we should consider duplicate classes also a warning or an error. Something to think about. Definitely something to think about. So right now I'm leaving it as any. We could say that it's manual. Not to do. You know what? Let's turn it into an arrow. Fuck it. Fuck it. Let's do it. So here we're doing this. If IDX is attributes.comptime index of ping is disabled by default in Firefox, but works in all other browsers. Insane. Well, I'm gonna be naughty. I think I'm gonna do this. Errors.append GPA, and I think we're gonna need to add something to errors. So tag is gonna be actually I don't know what tag we're gonna give it. Main location is gonna be author.name. Node IDX is gonna be node IDX. Okay, what tag do we give it? We could give it deprecated and unsupported, but that's not exactly true. I kind of want it to be an invalid attribute, but with a reason. Um, and so here's what I'm debating. Do I add a field to say whether a given error is a warning or not, or do I make a special kind of error, which is a warning? You know what? Oh man, so this is, oh my god, this is such a multifaceted problem. So on one hand, you could make this an error. On another, you could make this a warning. On another, yet, you could say nothing. Let people use ping, but not because you don't care, but with the explicit intent, of saying, you know what, let them write this stuff down as a ping attribute instead of adding JavaScript logic that you can't block as well. Because if it's a ping attribute, you can have the browser do the right thing, which apparently only Firefox does. Insane. But you know what? This is the first time in my life that Firefox has pleasantly surprised me. So if you don't say anything, then people that want to use ping will leave ping there, and they will not get what they were hoping for if the browser doesn't play along. While if instead if I put there a warning or an error, then the person will delete that, and if they really want that tracking behavior, they'll add it back as JavaScript. So what do we want to do? This is actually a genuine question for chat. Josh, what would you do? Here's what I think I'm gonna do. I think I'm not going to add URL parsing for it. So you don't get feedback if you mess up the attribute value. I don't care. But maybe staying silent is the right thing to do. Basically, leaving it error prone is the right thing to do. And right now I don't have attribute formatting, but I think we should, I should eventually introduce attribute formatting. Maybe ping auto formatting for ping just empties it. you have warnings for partially deprecated features. I have deprecated and unsupported, but it's for like hard deprecated stuff like marquee or those like obsolete HTML elements mainly. But I wouldn't. I mean, yes, I could point out that this is partially deprecated, but of all the options, that seems to me the worst. Like, I would like to tell people, I would either like to tell people, don't do this, or stay silent. Not show up in autocomplete. That is a good point. Maybe we shouldn't hide it from autocomplete. Although I don't think I have the logic right now. Do I? I could. I basically take it out from that list. Let's see. Realistically, the case where this attribute is being used with your LSP is in some huge code base. Yeah, an underpaid intern inherited and doesn't want to think about. So warning, might just be annoying noise. Yeah, you know what? Okay, so I feel like this is the right way of doing it. We don't validate it on purpose. So we do this. Ping any. So any is the let's say so for people watching who have not followed along everything. So attribute rules have like there's a set of common rules that are like used by a ton of attributes. So I just collect them as an enum and then I implement them in a centralized manner. And then if you have something real fancy, then you can give it a custom function. Although most of the time what happens is that an attribute that has custom validation tends also to have weird rules about its surroundings. So what ends up happening most of the time is that we don't really do this because this is a custom function, but it's still managed by a overall standardized process of validating attributes like one at a time without any interdependency rule between them. What happens most of the time is that instead, when there's weird stuff going on, either when there is weird stuff going on and the attribute needs a non-standard type of validation, then we just give it manual. The code is entirely somewhere else, and there's no callback going on because we don't need it. Like the callback is only useful when you want to inject custom validation code for this attribute, but inside of a standardized attribute validation process, which doesn't happen a lot. Actually, I should probably do a survey at some point, comment this out and see what is using this, and double check that it really makes sense. In any case, what was my point? Oh yeah, that any basically means anything. We don't do any validation at all. So value, no value, whatever, we don't care. So I would say this. Okay, we leave this as any. Let's add a comment. We purposely do not validate this crappy attribute. Okay, so so if you have it broken, we leave it broken. We don't tell you about it, and that's probably the best behavior. If you think about it, this is so funny. I'm like my aggressive behavior towards my aggressive response towards behavior that I don't like is the default behavior in the web world. Like everything is crappy like this, like nothing gets validated, everything is shitty. That's the default. Instead, in this case, I'm just reserving it for the things that I want to basically disincentivize. Yeah, absolutely. Savage in action. Yeah. Okay. So with this, we have solved the to-do, and now we have these 4 bad boys to implement, and then we're good to go. And it's probably not gonna be too bad. I think we already did rel. Did we not? We did not. This is the only mention of rel. Okay. I thought we did. Well, let's go learn about rel. So we're going to flow content, anchor. What's rel? The rel attribute on A and area elements controls what kinds of links the elements create. The attribute's value must be a unordered set of unique space-separated tokens. And then there's a ordered set. Well, ordering for us doesn't matter, but this sounds like a standardized thing that other elements might want to do. So also space separated list of tokens. What's a token? Can a comp be inside of a token? Zero or more words known as tokens separated by one or more ASCII white space. Yes. Yeah, but I want to know what's a token, dude. Bro, stop repeating the thing about space. Oh, there we go. For example, the string consists of 4 tokens. A, B, D. Oh, but this is comma separated tokens. No, never mind. How tokens in a set of space separated tokens are to be compared case sensitively or not is defined on a per set basis. Oh, right. So we need to validate their uniqueness, but do we just split on space? Legacy colors. Okay, I'm assuming the fact that this doesn't say anything else, like anything more, that we just split on spaces. And that's it. No, never mind. The allowed keywords and their meanings are defined below. Okay, so let's see. Rails supported tokens are the keywords defined in HTML link types, which are allowed on A and area elements, impact the processing model, blah, 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 and support the user agent. The possible supported tokens are no referrer, no opener, and opener. Link types. So, okay. So there's this link types thing that has a ton of options. Oh, not allowed. So alternate is allowed. Author is allowed on A. Why does this say that it is allowed? License next. And then here it says the possible supported tokens are no referrer, no opener, and opener. Why is this spec like this? But this says there are a lot more are supported. Now, who do we trust about this? Also, I really feel like I looked into this before. I guess it was the other one. Hmm. Okay, let's say that it's this guy, and they have to be unique. I think we don't have this particular rule implemented in a reusable manner. And I think we might want to have that. So list, I think it's a list thing, but it's different. So set completions non missing or empty. And then I would say I think we should turn this into a struct where rejection is this or maybe we add an attribute, we add a property here. Because we definitely share a lot of functionality between lists. Like you could, I feel like this is a variant of a list type of attribute. So what? Well, I guess the question is, what do we do with missing values? If it's omitted or none of the values in the attribute are recognized by the user agent, then the document has no particular relationship with the destination source other than being a hyperlink between the two. So it has no empty value, which is interesting. Okay. So the answer is that for extra, this is none. This is what we want. But then we also want to say, well, it's actually a space separated, like kind of like many unique. So let me think for a second. How do we do this? Many unique. Many unique. And let's imply space separator, and if we ever need something else, we'll deal with it. We default to 1. But what if it is many unique? Then in the code that deals with lists, we need to do something about it. So value slice. Okay, and here we're doing everything on value slice. But technically we could always try to split on a space. No, but space is not allowed, right? I guess this needs to become a function. And we call the function one or many times, depending on the context. Okay, leave it there for now. We're going to go back to it in a moment. So here we do switch on list.count. One, we just do validate list item of value slice. Gonna need to pass something else as well, but that's fine. So we can just try this. Otherwise, if it's many, then now we need to do, you know what? We do nothing. So instead of try, we return. Let me avoid some nesting. So we return, and in this case, in here we do var it equals value. Std mem tokenize scalar. Actually, no, it's some white space that we tokenize. So tokenize any u8 value slice. Delimiters. Std ASCII white space. And then we do for it next. Try validate list item with item. But we need to pass way more stuff down there. Lots of stuff missing. So what does it need? It needs errors. It could return an error and we could be the ones that we put it in, but might as well pass it down. Also, wait a second. So here's the problem. What if there are many? Validating this item needs to return a value. It's either an error or a value. And so it needs to be like this. Yeah, it needs to return as a value because we need to have some kind of duplicate detection system. And the value it needs to be the index. So instead of validate, let's say match list item. Match list item? We could call it match list item, but then what about items that are not in list? I guess it returns an optional number. Yeah, here we discard it. We don't care what happens. Basically, what we want to say is, yeah, if we do get a number, okay, this should be fine, hopefully. So here we want to do this var scene items is a std. No, we don't want a hash map. We want like a bit field, basically. Well, no, we want a list of spans. Okay, we want an array of spans. So var scene items is gpa.alloc span how many list dot completions dot len this many. Do we care about mem setting it? Oh, it's optional spans also. We could kind of use span 0 to determine that the span is missing. Yeah, instead of optionalness. This is probably not okay, but we'll get to that in a moment. try match list item or else continue. Okay, and then if we have an IDX, if seen items. Oh, no, you know what? We honestly do not care. We do not want to report where the original location is. So if we wanted to report where the original copy was, which is not a bad idea, it's just that at this level seems superfluous. Like, there's like, in my experience, if you spam too many errors and you add too much stuff to it, it's a nuisance. And like this list is obvious. Once I tell you which one is the duplicate value, shouldn't take you long to figure out where the other one is. So for now, let's make it booleans. Start with false. And we say if seen items IDX, then try errors dot append GPA tag equals invalid utter value. Reason duplicate entry, I guess. Main location. Now, this is going to be fun. What is the main location? The main location is going to be value dot, dot start. It's going to be value dot open dot start plus it dot index minus item dot len. And this is the end. Okay. Mm, to be honest, I think we can do it this way as well. That works. Okay. So with this, we're doing the duplication analysis correctly. Now, match list items wants GPA, wants errors, it wants node index, it wants an offset. Where do we start from? In this case, the offset here is going to be value.span.start. But down here, we need also to do the same. And here it's going to be value.span dot anything. Yeah. Start plus it dot plus index. So if I do it this way, this is going to be past the item. We need to do the subtraction here for you. Okay. So here we have a dependency on this guy, and we also return in the wrong stuff. So if item len is 0, return null. If set has item, if it doesn't have item, and we have custom, and we pass the custom, well, no, if we get a rejection, then we try this. So we have a rejection, so we return null. Actually, we return null either way if we are in here, because we did not match the list. Oh no, never mind. We actually return null here. Yeah, because this is all in the case that we did not match the list, and we only return an index if we do match the list. So there you go. So we can't do has. We need to do index. Hopefully. Or get. I'm assuming, or get index. I don't know. Is that a thing? I don't know what set has. Also, the problem is that so the problem is that we don't have a list here. I think copying is fine. So this actually makes us a method on list, and that's maybe not a bad idea. That is maybe not a bad idea. So where's list? There you go. Wait, we get a rejection. Okay. Else value.span. There you go. So we do have get index. Okay. So if it's in the index, we return it. Otherwise, we do the rest. We actually don't even need the else. Get rid of the indentation level. Okay. So we can call this match item or just match. Just call it match. So we do list.match. And list.match. Okay, in theory, we did it. Let's see. Tag void in a.zig. Right, we were trying to do special code for ping, but we do not, so we're skipping this. So now we're back to being good again here. Or other errors we have. Oh, there's no many. What did I call it? Many unique. Right. So this is basically many unique down here. I am kind of starting to think that we should wrap it in here in case that we ever need something else and we make it clear that that's what's needed. But also defer scene items dot free. Sorry, well, gpa.unlock gpa.free scene items. There we go. Technically, we could make this static, but it's fine for now. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put it to do make this static. Man, people still hitting this problem? Oh no. I can attempt to turn on. You know what? Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna restart. I'm gonna restart OBS, but I'm gonna also turn on another feature from Twitch this time. Let's see if that helps. Okay, I'm back, and I turned on the multi-quality stream, except that it doesn't even show up. What the fuck? You know what? I think this might be a bad interaction between some ad blocker and Twitch now that I think about it. Because, yeah, there we go. Why am I getting French ads? Oh, that's on YouTube. Oh my god. Oh no. Works now? Cool. Type optional consolidate is not indexable and not a range. Oh, right. Why? It's pan. Okay, do we go through all of them? We did. Okay, so in theory now, if you go to A, now we're ready to model. Uh, now we're ready to model rel. So it's a list rule. No. Dot rule equals dot list dot init. This has extra and completions, but it's not enough. Now we need extra count and completions. So we need to make this a type. Okay, now there's a few places that need to be updated because of this. A.zig itself makes use of list. Now dot one. Now this guy wants no extra, many unique, and then the list of completions. And the list is going to be, label is going to be, I don't remember what are the options. No opener, no description for now. No refer, no opener, and opener. Double R, double R. Okay, let's see how we're doing now. Missing description. Yeah. Expected three arguments found two where in attribute where 1034. Oh, global attributes. Right. There you go. No refer, no opener, opener. The problem is we need to do it in quotes. We need to refer this. And then there's no more auto-suggestion. Unfortunately, we're not auto-suggesting well. But do we validate well? Yes, we do. Invalid value for this attribute, opener. Okay, so you can put no refer or opener, no opener. Opener. Duplicate entry. Okay, so the validation happens correctly. We are not doing a great job at auto-suggesting. Can we improve the auto-suggestion? So the way it works is, if we are in an element that has a value that is of type list many, then we should suggest more stuff. Also, that said, man, I feel like that open air and no open air are like mutually exclusive. They should be, but apparently this doesn't say that. So, well, it's fine. Okay, so completion code. Do we try to improve completion code? Yes. Is it in attribute? Maybe completions. Do we have anything about completions here? No, it's an element. What completions do we have in here? Completions. Attributes. Oh, there is attribute of completions then. Somewhere we're checking if it's a list. Yeah, if value content is 0, if it's a course attribute, we suggest course completions. If it's a list, we suggest list completions. Maybe we should do suggestions also for me. I don't know. But this only happens if value content is 0. So here's what I would say. I would say that if we are here, if we are on a space and there's only a quote in front of us, a double quote, then we should do the better version. So if it's not 0, if utter model else switch, maybe we should flip this inside out. You know what? That's maybe what we should do. So we start by switching on these guys. And then inside of it, we check the conditions. Something like this. Okay. So the idea is, okay, it's a list element. And so right now we know that we are within start and end of the attribute value. We don't know if there are quotes. So I would say this. If value content the len is 0, then return completions no matter what. If that is not the case, then here's what we do. We say, are we on a space? Source at offset it's on a space, and I want to say that there is only spaces in front of it. How do we say this? What if somebody uses new lines though? It's fine. Okay, let's assume spaces for now. So if std mem.index of scalar u8 slice is std ascii dot white space, and the value is source at index. Or let's say equals null, we break. So when we find a non-white space character, we break, and then we say if source at idx is a double quote or a single quote, so now we can suggest the list. The problem is that we need to see we need to basically we're trying to take something out of the slice. That's what we're trying to do. Also, technically we should only do this if it's a single thingy. So if we were on a space and L dot count equals dot many unique. Okay, so if we're here, for now, let's represent the completion list. We don't filter anything out. So just to see that our logic works so far, restart. No referrer, space. No, it's suggesting an attribute. This is bad. It should not be suggesting an attribute. We have wrong math. Why do we have wrong math like this? We do not think that we are suggesting an attribute even, which means that we didn't even land in here. This is bad. This is like totally wrong math. Upstream from here. So here we have already made our decision. Go up still. So it's LSP completions that does this. Do we make the decision in here? No. We call AST completions, right? So this is where we make the decision. This is an off by one errors, guaranteed. Continue, return empty thing, blah, blah, blah. Oh, no, wait, never mind. Right, this does say that we're trying to suggest attributes. So this is so far is fine. There's a place where we make a distinction between an attribute value and an attribute something else. Okay, let me see. I guess it's this. So definitely what happens is that we think that we are in this case. I'm surprised that we don't enter here. Because vspan end offset should be lower or equal than vspan end. We need logging. Okay, what logging do we have here? Attribute. Offset is 192 and is 192, which is correct, which is absolutely correct, which is why we have the equal sign. Offset is greater or equal than span start. Yes. Is it lower or equal than span end? Yes. Also, we're falling through somehow. I guess it's this. I guess what's happening is that we're falling through. Why are we falling through? Hmm. Yeah, we print here, but we don't print in here. So this fails. Source as at offset is not a space. I guess it's a quote. Yeah, I bet you that if I add more spaces and I go in here, now it works. Yeah, so it's kind of a corner case. So we take this out. There we go. Okay, so now it works. And now we need to take entries out. So we have the list and we can do the code. Let's go do that. So we're basically doing what we were doing here. So we have this. So we tokenize video content. We keep matching. Oh fuck, but match returns an error. Okay, so we don't want to call match. We only want to, in this case, okay, we only want to do this. If list dot set dot get index. Okay. So we do this at the end of the while. We are done. And so now we have to decide how to do completions. And the way it works is that we need to make like an array list of some kind for this. I don't remember. Okay, so it's completion. So if nothing continue, and then otherwise items at IDX equals list dot completions at scene IDX. And then we return items 0 dot IDX. Okay. Now we need to, the only thing we need to know is where's completion from AST. Okay. Okay, let's see how we're doing now. Answer, we're not doing great. What's happening? Um, what does this mean? What does this crash mean? Why can't I see the message? 0 dot dot, oh, IDX. Oh my god. Too many indices. Fuck. There you go. Holy shit, opener? That's it? That's all I get? Oh, now I get no referrer again. Uh, excuse me? What? That's on me. Too many things called index. The fuck is this index then? The limiter index. So for each scene item, if it's not seen, we continue. Oh, am I doing the opposite of what I was supposed to do? If it is seen, we continue. If it is not seen, we add it. Yeah. Yep. But we're doing something wrong. Why is this so backwards? Oh, I see why. Because I'm grabbing this from the set, and the set has a index that has nothing to do with the completion. Well, fuck. I don't keep them matched. That's the problem. They don't have they don't match. Please tell me that I put good stuff in the set. Please tell me that I'm not a moron. Oh no, I bet you that set is defined as void, isn't it? Of course set is defined as void. God fucking damn it. Of course it's defined as void. Why wouldn't it? I guess we can give it a value. Where is set? Are you joking? Am I really only using set here? If that's the case, yeah, we do give it a U size. Well, actually U32. It's fine. It's good enough. And then when we build this stuff, we do give it a value. And the value is going to be IDX. Let's see who's going to complain about this. Nobody. Okay. So that means that in here, we don't do get index. We just do get. And we do get the item index. There you go. We have it. Okay. So go back to a.zig. That's where we were doing stuff. So we need to give these guys now descriptions. And then we can move to the rest. So yeah, so this is rel. Although I am fairly confident like rel alternate is fine, right? No, you do You give it only on to link. I see. No, you give it also to A. I swear to God, I don't understand these fucking specs and how they work, but fine. Should we add also these entries? I think we should. Alternate. This fucking word also. Man, American English. So then, author. You know what? I think these guys should go down below these two. Like no refer, no opener are the ones that everybody cares about. Everything else is crap. Alternate author, bookmark. What? Not allowed, not allowed. Annotation. What does annotation mean? External. I'm gonna skip this one. Help. And then license. And then me. Oh, realme I remember, but I was anyway. No, oops. Skipped one. License. Me. Next. Prev. Privacy policy search. Search. Tag in terms of service. What is tag? Gives a tag identified by the given address that applies to the entire document. The fuck is this shit? Okay, and then terms of service, and we're done. I think there's a lot of trash in here, honestly. Oh, these guys are under annotation. Wait, the useful ones are annotation. There's no follow. Wait, are annotations the ones that are actually useful? Oh, don't tell me like me, for example. Don't tell me the me is annotation for links. No, it's not allowed. It's link. What does that even mean, man? No follow. No opener. No referrer. Well, we have this stuff. Okay. hreflang type and referrer policy. Let's go. Hints at the human language of the linked URL. No built-in functionality. Allowed values are the same as the global language attribute. Oh shit. We never validated this. It's a language tag. Oh. Oof. We're not validating those. Now, for now, I'm leaving it as any. Hello. Maybe it would be nice even suggesting those. Although for hreflang, nobody uses, so nobody cares. But okay. hreflang type. I think the type we already. Oh, it's because I'm in lang. Oh, it's a meme type. Let's go type. Referrer policy. We already filled this out somewhere. We filled it out in EMG, and EMG has it. I think this is like kind of common. So let's take out the definition of the model and put it somewhere. Actually, even the name could be the same. Something like this. Hmm. You know what? It could have a different name. There you go. Okay. So with this, we have completed everything in A. The only thing that we don't do, which is kind of important, that we should do, is we need proper URL/URI parsing. We're not parsing it too well, and everything that depends on that it's kind of suffering from it. So there's that. But other aside from that, which is more of a like a I'm thinking of it as a like global concern right now. We are 12. We're about to go to 13. A is done for real. Okay, so we can start tackle abbreviation now. Okay, let's see what our bad boy Abber does. So it needs a description. Hello, Bep. Yeah, MDN is good. Which is funny thinking that that's what the one thing that Mozilla was killing when doing layoffs. What a company. Oh, wait a second. For A, wait, we forgot to kill temp. Okay, we can kill temp, finally. This is good. Okay, abbreviation. We have the description. What else is there? Phrasing content, abbreviation. It's flow, phrasing, and palpable. So flow and phrasing. Content model, it's phrasing, not transparent. Category superset is still going to be just phrasing. We can even do this. Content reject. I think it doesn't reject anything. The title attribute has special semantics for this element. Ooh. Ooh. So this is very simple. So no content reject. Can we just leave it empty? Yes. Perfect. Then reasons. There are no reasons. There's nothing to justify. Attributes static. Content just model. There's the description. So this is already done. Hey, oh camel, my camel. Thank you for the $5 to the ZSF. Thank you very much. So we're done with this. We don't have to define any attributes, so we're gonna delete these guys as well. Actually, we can just go to the end and delete everything because we don't have any validation. We don't have anything. This is it. This is it. We're done. This is abbreviation. There you go. This was it. We need to go into attribute though and give it the empty set. Okay, and then we go to element and we say done. That was it. 14. Next element, address. Oh, I think that address was more nasty. We're gonna have to write stuff for address. Okay, let's see. What's the deal with address? Address is flow. So it's just flow, it's not phrasing. What does it accept? Flow content, but no heading content descendants, no sectioning content descendants, and no header, footer, or address element descendants. So this should not be too bad because we have the infrastructure for this. So check this out. So content is flow. So we do it here. There is no superset, it's just flow. And then there is a attributes is static. Actually, does it have any special attribute? It doesn't have any special attribute, so we're good. But content is not model. Content is going to be more complicated. It's still simple, but we're going to need to define some stuff in it. So simple is going to be, does it allow access children? No. Does it forbid children? Yes, but mostly they're descendants. So we forbid descendants. That's the main thing that we do. And let's take a look at the list of things. So no header, footer, or address. Header, footer address, but also heading content h1 through 6 and h group. Okay. So now heading content, no section in content. Article aside nav section. There we go. So these are the forbidden descendants. Let's go in attribute and let's give it the empty attribute set. Okay, I think we can try this out now. Oh, there's a conditional group if it has descendant h1, h6 element. But thank you. This is so stupid. So I guess because H group has to have that. Okay, so the reason why it says that it's because heading requires to have this. So because even though they put it here, like when you read it here, it seems like, well, then it could also not have those. Yeah, but then that is the case. That's basically a malformed H group. So in our case, a malformed H group becomes an error. So it's safe to include it, basically. We could avoid including it, actually. So we could like omit it from the list, but there would always be an error, though, because if you have an H1, H6 element, then we will report that one because it's still descendant of the one above. And if you don't have it, then there's an error in H group because H group requires one. So yeah, in any case, like this thing is ass, but it's fine. This is really the ultimate HTML LSP. Yes, that's where we're going. Yep. Okay, let's try it out. Did I do this correctly? I did. Did we build? We did. Restart the LSP. What do we complain about now? We want to complain about address. Oops, H1. We crashed. Uh-oh. Assertion failure. Simple forbidden sentence length lower than 10. Right. Somewhere, basically, I made a logic assuming that there's not too many of these guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's 14 here. Syntax error. Yeah, well, HTML always had syntax errors. It's just that nothing that you use tells you about that, which is unfortunate. There's more than just syntax errors. There's a ton of like rules that you should follow, but the tooling just doesn't tell you because it's ass. Because nobody wants to write this stuff. That's the reality. Nobody wants to do this work. And so everybody ends up writing shitty ass HTML, which also gets spec'd like ass. If I can say, if I can share my impression looking at some of this stuff. So, okay, so here's the problem. In the code, so far, we've worked under the assumption that you don't have too many forbidden descendants so that we can, skim them quickly. Will this also consider custom elements? Yes, in the sense that we don't report them as errors, but we don't do any special checking on them. Like let's just say that they are implicitly allowed anywhere. They don't have any specific rule, and they're compatible with everything, basically, implicitly, which might not be really the case at runtime, depending on how you define your web component. But there's only so much that an LSP can do. Okay. Let's go find our assertion location 421. Yeah, because we're doing like a linear scan. So how do we do this? Basically, I think that what we would like is either for these things to be sets. At this point, maybe they should be like a bit set, basically. Do we make these things a bit set? I think we need to turn Forbidden Descendants into a bit set now that we have this many. So instead of being a list of kinds, we make it a std dot enum set, I think. Yeah. And we can even make it optional so that if it's not there, we don't even bother with it. Let me think about it for a moment. Like this. Okay, so if we do it like this, now there's going to be a bunch of code that fails. So this assert is not relevant anymore. This is not a for loop anymore. This is more like a if forbidden descendants dot has contains. Actually, if there are forbidden descendants, if it contains no.kind, was no.kind, right? Yeah. Then we append an error and we complain. Okay, there you go. And now we need to change how this stuff is initialized because this is not it anymore. Now this is .init. I think. It wants values. Enum field struct. Ebool false. Oh, this sucks because now it's like this. God damn it. So there you go. And then now we need to fix all the other ones. So a has this dot init. There you go. DFN. Oh, look at this delightful check like this. So this is if forbidden descendants, if fd dot contains child kind, continue. Is a dot a convention for keys? Yes. When you are assigning fields, there we go. Invalid nesting under address. And what if we hide this h1 inside of an anchor? Doesn't matter. It's still invalid nesting under. Oh, this is invalid nesting under a also, and invalid nesting under address. Oh, really? A doesn't allow h1s. Is it because address allows only phrasing? How does it work? Let me double check this for a moment. Yeah, address allows flow, so it should normally allow that. Does A allow flow? Yeah, because it's transparent. So wait a second. Why are we not allowing H1 under A? Apart from custom elements, will Super HTML support custom attributes? Custom attributes? What's a custom attribute? I don't know what you're talking about. If you're referring to like basically things that templating languages do, that is a complicated subject, and I don't know yet what I want to do. Like HTMX attributes. Oh, I would have to see how HTMX looks like. I think as a general rule of thumb, HTMX is one of those things that I would probably want to support because it's valid HTML. So I have a chance of being able to actually do the right thing. But I don't know exactly what that looks like. You know what, though? We could take a peek. Although I need to understand why I'm reporting this error twice when I'm not sure. Like H1 should not be invalid nesting under A. So let me put it this way. Yeah, what we're doing here, this does not seem. Oh, wait. I know why. I can tell you why. Because this H1 is not being recognized as it should. So here's the problem. Look at these H1s. They're not real elements. So we need to make them real elements. So here's what I'm thinking. We do it like this. We create h.zig, and inside we define h1 through all of them. Okay, let's make it real. I'm gonna copy em. Also, these guys are definitely not done. Well, you know what? I'm just gonna do the first couple. Okay, so let's create the heading elements for real. Flow, heading, palpable, phrasing content. Wait, so it's flow and allows phrasing. We do have heading in here. We do have heading in there. Shit. But you know what? Unless heading shows up in somebody's content model, I am not going to. Yeah, like not even this guy cares about heading content. So no, we don't track it that way. So I'm taking out a boolean from my uh, extract. Okay. Category superset. Uh, it's just flow. Okay, so how does it work? That's it. There's nothing else to do about this guy. We can literally copy paste it n times. Or we can do pub const. Make it a var. No, making it a const is better. Pub const h2. We can even do this. We can even do this for every one of those. We'll see if that makes sense, but okay. Hey, Enrico. Okay, there we go. Now A doesn't complain about H1 anymore because now H1 is recognized as a proper H1 element. So we're putting this stuff under address. Boom, embedding nesting under address. Oops, there you go. We have it. Okay, let's get to the H stuff in a moment. Let's not to go too deep into our Yak stack. We are looking at address. We are trying to complete address. What do we need? So we have this. We need to the description, and then address is going to be complete. Okay. These are just floating windows that I place there manually. Okay, we have completed address, I think. So go to element, mark it done. 15. Let's go. Now let's jump to the H1s. To the heading elements. Um, I guess we send them to always to H1 or something. I don't know. We could technically make this a function, but do I want to duplicate this string for all the headings? Oh, well, would you look at that? These bad boys, look at what they have. They have a page for all of them. They have a dedicated page for all of them, which is not a bad idea. Okay. This is it basically. And we can literally leave this code here. It works. And for the HTML standard, we can, I guess, do this. We can send them to heading content instead. Copy link. There you go. Okay, so with this we have all the H1s, all the headings, and yeah, they're done now. One, two, three, four, five, six. Let's go. 21. Not bad. I would say not bad. Uh, so next is area, then article, then aside. We could close the heading stuff by doing H group, but I guess we'll get to H group when it's time to get to H group. Area. Let's go to area. Area. Area is flow and phrasing. But wait, it's phrasing if it is a descendant of a map element. Where phrasing content is expected, but only if there is a map element ancestor. Okay, so it's flow and phrasing, and it requires having a map ancestor. We do not have any ancestor rule, I think, but we can add it, so that's not the end of the world. And it has a bunch of attributes. Well, that sucks. Oh, look at these guys. Oh, wait. I know these guys. I know these guys. I also know this guy. In this case, the attribute must be present. Oh my god. Who is using this stuff? Uh, uh. So this is annoying, but it can be done. Looking good. Yeah. Man, everything is looking good right now. God damn it. Okay, area, flow, and phrasing. What does it accept as content? Nothing. Oh, it's a void tag. Well, at least it's a void tag. Could be worse. Category superset. Same as the normal category. Bunch of shitty attributes. And then this. So, what do we have in simple? Extra children, forbidden descendants, descendants extra. Do we add in here like required ancestor, or do we check that manually? Well, you know what? The fact that this doesn't have any extra, the fact that it's void, kind of makes me want to implement this manually at this point. Also considering that it's a not common element. When you assign something prefixed with a dot to a field, is it like a symbol or a struct defined somewhere else? When you do a dot assignment, it can be two things. One is a enum value inside of a defined inside of an enum. So, for example, sometimes you see me do dot a dot abbreviation dot address. It's because they are enum values defined in here. Some other times, a dot can be also a namespace decal. So, for example, here I have a field of type extra, and I'm assigning it dot known, but extra is not an enum. But it does contain a definition, a decal called none of the same type. So when you're basically assigning, since we know basically since this is extra, we are doing implicitly this. But it only works also because this is the type they were accepting. So it only works for definitions that are namespaced inside of the type itself. So it's one of the two. It also works with functions. Sometimes you see me also do .init, and because I'm calling the init function defined inside of a type, it returns an instance of that type. Okay, so what do we do for content here? Man. We make our own functions, I think. So you see here, this init is calling the init function that returns an instance of that same type. It's custom validate, and then custom validate, and then what else? Completions. And now we need to define them. Okay, completions is simple. Return an empty list every time because there's no completions for this guy. And then for validation, we're only looking at the ancestry. So we're doing var ancestor idx is nodes parent idx dot parent idx, while ancestor idx different than 0, ancestor is nodes at ancestor idx it had to be mapped. Can we break because we succeeded, or like we can straight up return? Otherwise, try errors dot append. Actually, we can even return this. Tag is invalid nesting. I don't remember what you have to give to it. Main location is going to be us. So it's going to be node.span. There we go. Okay, span. Span is going to be ancestor.span. And that's it. Does it have a reason? Oh, wait, what am I doing? This is invalid nesting because of a lack of things. So, shit. Let me see how we print this error. Span is always there, huh? Invalid nesting under. Oh, shit. No, we need something different. It's a form of invalid nesting. It's just a different kind. It's like invalid nesting, but it's not like, let's say missing ancestor, maybe. Maybe that's how it should be. So instead of invalid nesting, we do missing ancestor, which is kind of like missing child. It's just the ancestor. Maybe we can even put it here. Okay, so we have missing ancestor. Where's missing child? Here. So missing ancestor. There you go. And missing ancestor is just map. Invalidating under A, fine. Wait. Why is it not complaining? Why are we not complaining? Oh, because we crashed. Wait, really again? Element is 421? Wait, what? No. No, 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 no. Okay, there's something wrong going on here. What is happening? Oh, I think it has to be something different because we're not really printing. We're not printing anything. Actually, wait a second. No, it's fine. It works because otherwise we wouldn't see the errors. Okay, so we're not crashing. It's fine. We're just not logging. But then why are we not complaining about area? Okay, so we just have to figure out why we are not unhappy with area. We do have custom validation implemented. And this should definitely not happen at random. Are we even getting in here? I mean, I'm fairly certain that we're not going to see that print. Okay, so this is set up correctly. I know why. It's because it's void. Of course, we are not looking into the body. Okay, so that function is usually used for validating children, not validating your ancestry. The problem, though, is that so since it's void, we're just not calling into it because there's no point normally to do that. But, 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 in this case, we should. So I think we can do it this way. AST validate attributes, validate nesting. Validate nesting in here. We're saying if it's void, continue. Yeah. Okay, let's do it like this. If it's not an element, we continue. If it is an element, then we grab the element and we say if n.kind.is void and element dot content is different than dot custom. Continue. Right? There you go. Missing ancestor map. To be fair though, this ancestry check doesn't need to be in here. We could put it earlier. The problem is that the attributes don't have the visibility. Validate attributes doesn't see all that is above it, so it's fine for now. Okay, so we have this, and now we need to set up descriptions and define all the shitty attributes, which we can copy paste. Some of we can copy paste, although at this point I might want to put in a like shared namespace, I guess. Like common attributes. Let's go to this. Okay, so these are the values. Now I'm gonna do this attribute. I'm gonna go to the end. Here we have referrer policy, but I think we need like some common thing. So we have global attributes, which is great. We have an element authors. We have temporary thingies. That's fine. So I'm gonna put here. I'm gonna do something like this. Pubcons common. And it's just a namespace. And so in here we have referrer policy because it's shared by a bunch of people. Then we're gonna put in here alt and a few other ones. So go to image. We see alt. Steal the model. Okay. So we have alt. Source. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. Common referrer policy. So for example, this we can steal now. Go in area. This is going to be one. This is going to be one. Then there's href. The problem is that here we are pointing also to very specific things. Maybe href is not something that we can copy one-to-one. Maybe we want to kind of re-express it for area. But then we have target, download, ping, rel, referral policy. These are coming straight from A. Fuck. I wish the three-seater grammar was so updated enough that I could use three-seater for navigation, but I can't. Attribute dot what is this? Common dot target. Mm, you check navigable name. Oh, but this is actually shared by. You know what? I'm starting to think that maybe these should not go into common, and area should inherit them from A instead. It's tough to say though. It is tough to say. You know what? Let's put them into common for now. We're pretty much done. No, shadows primitive type. Okay, so let's do the real thing. Attributes. Do. Alt is done. Href is done. We need target. Although href, is it something that we should copy? Something that we should put somewhere else? We don't know for now. Okay, you know what? Let's make these guys comments. Oops. There we go. So alt has to be there. Chords specified valid list of, oh my god, a list of floating point numbers with spaces. Yeah, space list of floating point numbers. Okay. Uh, in the circle state, area elements based on shape must have a chords attribute present with 3 integers, at least the last of which must be non-negative. Oh my god, man. Uh, it's annoying, but it's not hard to do. It's not hard to do at all. It's just annoying. Ooh, man. Is it comma separated? No, is it? Oh, you're right. It's comma separated. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, they do because comma is the separator in this case. Okay. It's endless, man. This stupid thing. Oh god. Maybe we do the other ones first. So this means that area not only needs to do some of this validation, but it also needs the attribute validation because there are rules about attributes. Which is honestly making me think that maybe we should even just bite the bullet, give more context to the attribute validation function, and just do the validation in there for the ancestry. That would make this last thing a lot less awkward, to be honest. Hmm. Hmm. Choices, choices. Choices, choices. Oh, why did it get squished by one? Okay, we've done all of these ones. We need to deal only with alt is done. We need to decide what to do with href, and then we need to implement these two attributes. So here's what I think I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take a quick break. I don't know, drink something or something like this. And then we can go back here and have some more fun. Why not? Why not? Said UED Ran, thank you for the $5 to the ZSF. Thank you very much. So I was reading comments on Hacker News. There's a thread about Zig, as usual. Great comments. Um, People that love to talk about programming languages, they clearly prefer doing that other than programming, over programming. Like, it's so clear. Some people are like just always there, yapping and yapping and yapping, and their opinions are like so well constructed, except that I don't know, I can smell it a mile away that these are not opinions formed by doing actual work. Uh, oh well. Oh well. Okay. Thank you for working on Zig. Well, thank you for donating. Thank you very much. Okay, so what I was saying is, I think I need some sugar. I need some sugar in me, some carbohydrates to motivate me to push through this pain. That's how I think it works. So not other stimulants, or at least not like caffeine and stuff, just sugar. So give me a moment. I'll go grab some of that, and then we return and we continue the adventure. I am I'm getting more and more convinced that we should give more context to attribute validation at this point. I think. Yeah. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. And I ate some ice cream and I even got tea. So let's power up and then let's jump again into the fray. Okay, so technically we have all of these. Now, coordinates, shape, and href. Um, Shape, I believe, is an enumerated attribute, which is delightful because it means that it's a list for us. Keyword, conforming. The fuck does that mean? No, no, please, no. You must be joking. This is not reality. Look at what they did. So there's a bunch of keywords. Some are deemed conforming, some are not. It means that some are not part of the spec, but historically have been accepted by browsers. But look at what these people did. For circle, it has to be circle, but not circ to be conforming. But then polygon is not conforming, poly is. Rect is conforming, rectangle is not conforming. So, why are you like this? This is insane. Circle, but poly and rect. No rectangle, no polygon, but circle, yes. Circ, no. Why are these people like this? I don't get it. For example, the elements shape attribute, despite accepting both circ and circle values in practice as synonyms, this allows the use of the circ value so as to simplify tutorials and other learning aids. There would be no benefit to allowing both, but it would cause extra confusion when teaching the language. Errors involving limits that have been imposed merely to simplify the language. Some conformance errors simplify the language that authors need to learn. Huh? What? Like, do the people that work on the HTML spec get paid to do this? You know what? I'll say this is what happens when you let people that work for ad companies design specs for you. You should let these people do ads. That's what they do. That's what they're good at. That's what the company is for. But no, you buy into the lies and you think that the company is not about ads. They trick you into thinking that actually no, they do computers. No, I'm joking. I don't know if this has anything to do with Google. This is probably older than Google. Well, maybe not strictly so. Maybe this standardization happened after the creation of Google, but probably Google had nothing to do with it. But like, yeah, somebody smoked some truly weird weed when they came up with this. So the question is, what do we do in our case then? Do I accept the non-conforming ones? Do I reject them? Like, normally my sense would be to reject the non-conforming ones, but look at what these idiots have done. Circle, poly, rect. Polygon, no. Rectangle, no. And this is to simplify the language. Warnings. I don't have warnings so far, and I intend to delay adding warnings until is a extremely compelling reason to do that. For now, I want to have errors only, but then obviously a choice had to be made. Yeah, I would be strict normally, but look at how stupid this is. And the fact that it's listed here, it means that probably browsers all accept this. I feel like that this is so dumb. This is like dumb to such a degree. Although, you know what? If we accept all of these, then this means that we put them in a list or we put them as extras. We could put them as extras. The attributes missing value default and invalid value default are both the rectangle state, so it can be missing or empty. No, actually not empty, just missing. Okay, so rule is list. Extra is going to be, actually I don't remember. So it's going to be missing or custom. Missing or custom? Missing or custom? I'm curious to see what MDN will have to say about this. We sort them by number of edges, right? Or not? Would we can't circle as one edge? Should have set corners, not edges. But in any case, I don't know. Whatever. Nobody uses this stuff. So let's take a look at what this guy has to say. Shape. The specification of HTML defines the values rect, which defines the rectangular region, circle regions, polygon, and default, which indicates the entire region beyond any defined shapes. Okay, so MDN is not doing a particularly good job in this case. I guess for once, the spec gives us better things. A polygon using at least 6 integers. Why 6? Okay, so we have this. Delightful, I should say. And now we'd have to do chords. Actually, we need a description for this guy, don't we? Okay, chords. I guess we can say manual. Do manual validation. Description is going to be a mess because it depends on everything else. And I'm sure that it's a mess in here as well. Yeah, because it depends on the other thing. So it's something like this. Copy. Let's go on an adventure. Alt Mozilla. Fuck your example. Oh, I guess why it's at least 6 is because triangles, but 2 numbers per coordinate. Mhm, 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 mhm. Okay, let's add validation for this bad boy based on other things. So now that I have the definitions, we need attribute validation. So attributes is not static, but it's dynamic. Okay, so model is going to be easy because we return just .non at the end because it's a void element, so there's nothing to do there. But we need to do attribute validation. So uh, so we get an attribute, and we first want to. So what is it that we need to do? I think our validation basically. I'm guessing. Okay, I'm guessing we have the same rules as A. So, for example, if you have rel, then you need to have href, right? Uh, Wait a second. Where's the? In this case, the alt attribute must be present. So alt must be present if it has an href. If the array element has no href attribute, then the array represented by the entire element cannot be selected, and the alt attribute must be omitted. In both cases, blah, blah, blah. What about the other attributes? Yeah. Okay, so it's the same as A. If the item prop attribute is specified on an area element, then href must be specified. Oh, right. I don't remember. I wonder if we do validate this for A. Okay, so we need to steal some logic from here. So we have seen others. Yes. Has item prop. Yes. Okay, so we do validate has item prop. You know what? Let's copy everything at this point. Fuck. Okay. Let's reason about this for a moment. Yeah, these are our attributes. Yes, we check if it has item prop. Then we need to also do var shape. And this shape is one of these guys. I guess we can save it as a string. As an index. Yeah, I think it's fine as an index. Okay. So we look at every attribute. If our attribute has it, then we write it down in scene attributes and we break with the model. And that works for everything except, is there any manual one? Except for coords. Coords needs to be manual. The problem is that we could see, it could be that we see coordinates. The problem is that we might see coordinates before seeing shape. So we need to delay validating coordinates until we have seen shape. So var chord utter. Okay. So I'm going to hard code these values because I have to. Well, no, actually, no. For the attribute names, we don't have to. So if the IDX is attributes dot comp time index of chords utter equals utter, and we continue instead. So we skip validation of chords because it's the one that needs manual validation. Also alt, what do we have? Alt is any. We should also say if we have seen alt, because alt is not always mandatory. So alt, where is it? Alt. Well, I mean, we're placing their spans in here, so this is fine. Okay, so this should be fine then. But this needs to be a switch. Okay, why? Because we also need to hijack shape. Because we need to validate shape manually. Um, because we need to extract the shape information. So let's see, how does it work? If the attribute is shape, grab the model, and then we do const value is going to be, value idx is going to be Actually, not even that. It's going to be shape equals try model dot rule dot list dot match. Match what? GPA errors node IDX offset after dot. Uh, oh, we don't know if it even. We don't even know if it has a value. Okay, so with this we try to match the shape. And then we continue because we don't do normal validation. Then then with this we should be done with the first pass. So after this we're doing the has href check. This might need to change a little bit, but let's first do the shape chord stuff. So if shape. So if there is a shape index, I guess we switch on it. It's gonna be 0 something 1 something. We don't have cool mapping, unfortunately, like for the other things. But for now we can make do. So default rect poly circle. And we change the validation based on that. Okay, so this is going to be it. Then the has href rule. Synapters as attributes dot comp time index of href. I should do this also in a oh, but that's also because it's everything else. Well, we can do this. Okay. So if this attribute is not there, then we complain about every other attribute, except that in our case, it's not like this because first of all, href is not a thingy 0, so we have to look into this. I guess in our case, the logic will have to be slightly different. So it's going to be more like this. And then we do from href downwards, basically. There you go. And so href target download rel referral policy, which makes sense. These are all the networky thingy, and the ones are above. Perfect. So this works. This all works. We need the extra rules. So if item prop is specified, href has to be specified. If it doesn't have href and it has item prop, we complain. Perfect. Okay, here we have all the various states. So these are the things that we need to implement. No, wait, there's the alt stuff first. Wait a second. Where's alt? Okay, if it doesn't have href and we have alt, then we complain. On and loud if href is also present. Perfect. But we also need to do the opposite. If we do have href and we don't have alt, it is a problem. Communication is going to be vat.name. We don't do this. Okay, so we have alt validation. Until 2016, Chrome did not support non-conforming values, but it was fixed. Oh, nice. By the way, ABC, I love this Chrome spelunking. Oh God. I mean, what can I say? Good job, Chromium. What a mess. Okay, so now we're only left with validating code. You know what? Let's fix the programming error and let's see. Let's make everything else work. So here we have parent. Oh, we're not using parent at all. No field name desk in union rule. Well, happy now? Switch must handle all possibilities. Yeah. Match is not marked pub. Oh, right. There you go. Dependency loop detected. What makes you think so, dude? There you go. Okay, what are we checking? We're checking area href alt stuff. Missing ancestor map. Yeah. Oh, why is it not complaining inside of here? Wait, why is it inside address and not complaining? Uh-oh. What is this thing? Okay, we need to investigate this, that's for sure. Oh, what? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, good to know. Holy shit, good to know. So there you go. We're not getting the good attributes as other suggestions. So let's go to attribute. New attribute combination only allowed if href is also present. Yeah. Perfect. Missing attribute value. I did all this extra work for alt, but to be honest, wait, why did I think that alt had complicated rules about it? Well, it seems that it's kind of like everything else. Area. must be omitted. It's like every other thingy, man. So you know what? I think we don't need any special code for alt. We just need to put alt after href. But we need to make it required. So if has href, so I think this is not necessary basically. But we need to make it required. If alt is null and has href, we complain. What about a? Do we do it correctly in a.zig? Oh wait, is alt? Wait, does a have alt? Does it? Is it mandatory in that case? A doesn't have alt, so that's why in a we don't care about this. Okay, mystery solved. Hey there, man, I'm really enjoying Zig lately again. Nice. I recently took a detour to work on a Godot game with a friend and came back to my game framework in Zig to clean up for an open source version. Funnily enough, after I worked a while in Godot, I had a way clearer picture on what I need and what I don't need. Been happily refactoring ever since. Yes, nice. Thanks for the great work you guys do for the Zig community. Thank you. Nice. Well, glad that you're having a good time. I'm also, despite the HTML spec being a thing that exists that is not great, I'm having actually a good time writing this language server because it's mostly at this point I have almost all the abstractions that I need, and the majority of this is just work to make sure that everything is neat and tidy and well organized in terms of like filling out all the metadata for every attribute, etc. And the behavior of this thing is pretty nice. It really is pretty nice. So okay, so we were saying that A doesn't care about this stuff, so it's fine. EMG is the one that has alt, and it's the one that cares about alt being mandatory. But in this case, it's like it's like non-conditional. It's like every single time alt has to be there. So in our case, it's fine. Okay, let's see how are we doing in that regard. So there we go. Now we do complain that invalid attribute combination missing href. Perfect. And we complain that rel is also missing attribute value, but that's a different story. Okay. So did we do it? Was this it? No, wait. We have this we have this adventure here. But that's it basically. So we just need to validate shapes. Shape. Sorry, I meant chords, but it is based on shape path. So in the default state, area elements must not have a chords attribute. So here we have the chords attribute. Right, I have the full attribute, not just the span, because I need also to validate it. Yeah, I guess it's simpler that way. Errors.append GPA tag invalid utter combination. Actually, is this the one that only has a string? Yeah. Not allowed when shape is default. Main location is going to be author.name. There you go. Then what else? And you know what? We could even do this. There you go. In a polygon state, area elements must have a coordinates attribute with at least 6 integers. The number of integers must be even. Each pair of integers must represent a coordinate given as the distance from the left, blah, 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 blah. All the coordinates together must represent points in the polygon in order. Okay. Maybe we leave polygon for last. Let's do circle. So chords must be present. I guess we want to break from here. Or here. Okay, now we have the value. Which we kind of would like to, you know what? We kind of would like to do it this way, to be honest. Like this. Take this out. Hmm. Missing equal sign. Hmm. Hmm. I like this. We only complain in this case. Otherwise, we always unwrap stuff. And that does it. Let's go. Just finished porting my mini project to 0.15.1. Already painful for a beginner. Can't imagine big projects. Yeah, it does take some time, but it's... If you're a seasoned Zig user, it's part of your life. Occasionally stuff changes and you need to rewrite everything. And but you know what happens, at least for me personally, is that usually well, first of all, the change is a good change, and so you have something to gain by switching. But also occasionally you get the opportunity of revisiting some choices that you made in the past and do better. Partially maybe because you know, became a better developer in the meantime, but also sometimes because maybe the language wasn't allowing you to do something in a nice way, and now you can. I have this example in one of my code bases. So there's this here called OK Redis. And if you look at, for example, the code for parsing numbers, I think we can go in parser and then go for T number. Can we should we do git blame? No, I think I can just click on the history, right? Sorry, not this one. History of this file. And if we look at before the latest change, so before the latest change, T number. So the code looked like this. Let me expand around it. So parsing, while we were parsing, we basically have a stream of bytes, and there's going to be a bunch of digits, so like ASCII digits that come one after the other, and then followed by a carriage return. So the original code was saying, well, let's create a temporary buffer, and you can see here the to-do that I left myself. Thank you for the $5 to the ZSF. Thank you very much. So you see here that I decided, you know what, for now, let's just have a 100 bytes big buffer. Keep copying into it 1 byte at a time until we find the carriage return. Once we do, then we know the buffer, we know the end. And so we call, depending on the case, we're going to call parse int or parse float with buffer from 0 to end. I mean, it could be worse. It certainly could be better. This was an arbitrary limit that I chose. I didn't want to do heap allocation, etc. But it also was annoying because I was copying bytes out of the buffer reader, and you know what you would want to do in a like the optimal thing would be to just reference what's already in the buffer, but there was no easy way to do that, and so I just said, you know what, fuck it, to do. But we'll think about it later. Actually, at the time, what I was thinking is that what we would want to have is a streaming parser for integers and floats. But turns out that we don't even need that, because the way we can make this work is this. Now, this is the new version. Like all that code from here to here. Actually, I think before the skip, it's just this. Take Sentinel. It assumes that you have a buffer that is big enough to contain this number, which is not guaranteed to be true, but how can I say? It's a thing that I'm exposing to the user. Like, I don't know if I wrote the docs for it already, but the idea is you as the user, you get to pick the buffer size, and I will tell you that I can parse numbers that are big enough to fit in the buffer size. And so if you want to parse gigantic numbers, then give it a bigger buffer. If you don't care about gigantic numbers, then you don't have to give it a gigantic buffer. And in any case, previously I was making do with 100 bytes, which is, well, in terms of digits, it's already like a decent number of digits, but in terms of like general buffer size, it's not that big. Usually people give like 4K worth of buffer, right? So that would be 4,000 digits potentially. So there you go. That's how we do it now. It's just take Sentinel. And it was very nice coming back to the project and finally getting rid of that to do and doing the significantly better thing now. Give me a sec. I'll be right back. Okay. So what do we do with our value? Right, poly circle. Circle. In the circle state, error elements must have a chords attribute present with 3 integers, the last of which must be non-negative. Okay. So I guess we can set up also an iterator in all cases. So that gives us the value. Value slice. Do we make an explicit value slice? I don't think we even have to. We can do var it equals std mem dot tokenize scalar. Do we tokenize or do we split? I think we need to split because commas one after the other are a problem. Split scalar u8 value span slice source delimiter comma. Okay. So switch. Um. Hmm. No, we don't switch. So if IDX is lower than 2, well, sorry, lower than 3, then we do the normal number validation. So it just needs to parse as a number. I guess it just needs to parse as a number first and foremost. No, okay, it's like this. If IDX is greater or equal than is greater than 3, then we break and we say try errors.append. Okay, what's the main location? I would say that the main location is going to be from where we are to the end, basically. So it's going to be start is going to be value.span.start plus it.index minus, or instead of num, this should be digits. Digits.len. In the end, it's just this. Actually, no. The end is value span end. Okay. Int end optional. Int and optional. What? Index is what? Oh shit. That's because we're splitting instead of tokenizing. Oh no. What does that even mean? Or else 0? I have no idea what's going on in here. Okay, I guess we'll see what happens. So from where we are to the end, then sorry, what is the state of this guy? Buffer index. Why is it index optional? Does it start as null? It starts at 0. Oh, it goes to null if we're at the end. Oh, it's like, what if it's the empty string? I guess that's kind of the thing. Okay, so this should be fine. So there's that. If it's lower than 3, then it means that it's like 0, 1, and 2. This should be lower than 2, I think. So if it's lower than 2, and you know what? I'm going to put it up here. So if it's lower than 2, we need to parse the number. And we don't care what the value says. std fmt parse int type I64 digits base 10 catch try errors dot append. It's basically this except with different location. Invalid attribute value. Oh, right. We need to say what's going on. So this would be not a valid integer number. And this is going to be start plus index minus digits len. This is the same without digits len. Okay, hopefully. And you know what? Actually, the optimal thing to do is put this above here, remove this check because we don't care, grab the value, and then we say this. If idx is 2, we append an error where we complain and we say must be a non-negative. Wait, does it need to be positive or non-negative? I think they use the word positive because it has to be also greater than 0. The last of which must be non-negative. Okay, so 0 is allowed. This is it, I think, for this case. I64 and void. Right. Because we continue in this case. Okay. Well, let's see how it goes. So we don't care about this. We do chords. Nothing to say about it. Shape. Default. Missing attribute value. Pointing kind of at the wrong place. Nah, that's not what we want. We should be complaining that chords should not be there. Also here we're missing the reason. This is circle, so oh, you know also what? There's also the case where we leave with less than 3 numbers. So we need to complain also about that. So we need to say should contain 3 numbers when shape is circle. And we basically say the same again in the other case. Kind of here. But what's going to be our location? I guess we can say the whole thing. Okay, but we still have a problem. Wait, they do? Oh my god. What? Floating point numbers. 3 integers. 6 integers. 4 integers. What is happening? uh, uh. I guess we'll look more into it later. So why are we doing? Why are we being the silly goose? We're doing silly goose errors, and that's not good. So what are we doing here? We're saying missing attribute value, and then we're pointing at this. Here we're missing attribute value, but we're pointing at author.name, so this should not be it. There we go. Hello, Neurosite. Oh no, are you telling me that shidx is not 0? So the problem is that I thought I put a good value here, but also missing attribute value, pointing ABT. So this is a copy paste error, basically. Okay, there you go. So here we fix the first problem. Now we are pointing at the right thing. But then the problem is that that's not what we should be doing. Why are we not doing this? We're not doing this, right? We're not doing this because these guys are not in the order that we think they are. That is the problem. Okay. Right. They're in a set. So here's how it works. If this equals comp time, comp time. Where do we grab these guys? Model rule list, I guess. But I need to grab shape. Okay. Const shape model is attributes.com. Well, actually, comp time. Comp time attributes get name is shape const shape list is going to be shape model. Actually, do you even care about this? Comp time shape model dot rule dot list dot get index. Oh, come on. Well, let's try. So this is how it should work. Option does not support field. Oh, dot question mark. There you go. No field or function get index. Yeah, what's called? Index? Get? Oh, it's dot set. Get index dot question mark. Man, kind of verbose, but it does get the job done. uh, okay. Honestly, I expected worse. So this can be circle. Duplicates which value? Yeah, you're right. It's because the other ones are not like this. So poly rect. There we go. Comp time moment. Hey, Chris, if you intend to remove the language server and formatter fields from flow syntax file types to move them to flow, I don't think you use them anywhere in Zine, right? Correct. There's an argument maybe to be made that no, there is no argument. No, move it wherever you want. I'm good. Thank you. Thank you for checking in. Okay, let's see how we're doing now. There we go. Invalid attribute combination not allowed when shape is default. Correct. Okay, fine. Circle. Missing attribute value. Yes. Invalid value for this attribute. It should contain 3 numbers when shape is circle, not a valid integer number. Yeah. The problem is that by splitting, we are getting a single like empty thingy. So how do we do this? I guess we want to do the while loop only if like the string is not empty, basically. Also, what about spaces? Okay, you know what? I need more information about the grammar of this thing. Separated by comma characters with no other characters, ASCII white space. In addition, there might be restrictions on the number of floating point numbers that can be given or the range of values allowed. The rules for parsing. Collect a sequence of code points that are ASCII white space. So there can be white space before. Semicolon? Why is there a semicolon? What do you mean? What do you mean? This is floating point numbers separated by comma characters. Also, are those integers or what? Why is there a semicolon? Why is there a semicolon? So they're saying, okay, so, but so a comma separated list of numbers accepts semicolons instead of commas, and they don't say the semicolon thing anywhere except in this fucking section here, and they just call it comma. Why is this spec like this? Who does this stuff? How? 5.4 is the best point. If the number is an error, set number to 0. Nice. Also, I have no idea. Like, what's happening here with types and whatnot? If number is an error, set the number to 0. I guess. But what am I supposed to do now? Also, they keep repeating floating point numbers and then they say 3 integers. Is this like one of those moments where. Is this like JavaScript brain where every number is a floating point number and then integers are just floating point numbers that happen to be .0? Terrible. Truly horrible. But I guess collected sequence code points are ASCII white space. This skips past the delimiter. But they said that there are no spaces. This skips past leading garbage. Well, what does that even mean? It skips past leading garbage. Bro, I think that now we are definitely not past the leading garbage. We are still in the middle of the garbage. What is going on? writes this stuff? Who writes this stuff? Who writes this stuff? Oh my god. So here's what I'm gonna do. This is so insane that I I'm not sure I want to look at this. Yeah, this is not okay. Oh my god. I'm not gonna implement this because this, I don't know, this makes no sense. I guess I'll trust my guts. You know what? I'll trust my guts and I'll say that let's do it like this. Okay, there you go. Okay, so we're not doing the math right though. We're unfortunately not doing the math right. This is an off by 1 in this case, which is interesting. So there's an off by 1. It's not start plus index. What the heck is index pointing at then? The problem is that we just cannot tokenize. We have to split. And I have yet to learn how to do this stuff with split on hand. So I guess index is the comma, so we don't subtract the digits then. Or it's just also -1. Oh no, look at the last one. So it's definitely not 0. That's not it either. We can't pass it.index. Oh my god. Uh, Oh man. Is this something like 2 times? Is it something weird like that? Definitely not. You know what? Oh, but look, now the numbers happen to match. I'm going insane. I'm becoming a HTML spec writer looking at this. So split is not giving us a good index value. That is problematic. It means that we have to revert to pointer math, basically. We have to do pointer math for this, because otherwise we're just gonna go insane. So we have to say something like this. It's gonna be value start and then plus value slice dot pointer. Is it digit dot pointer minus value slice dot pointer? Yes. Does it work? I think there is a type mismatch somewhere in here. And what is the end? Not a valid integer number. Plus digits dot len. Wait, does this work without? Ask what? I did not expect this. Okay, and now it's not going insane anymore. Embedded value for this, yeah, 10. And now it's not complaining when it should be complaining. Okay, let's go fix some of that. Oh, we do have this, but we have an off by 1 error. So I think that this fix that I put here, we need to put elsewhere, like everywhere else, basically. There we go. Yeah, must be a non-negative integer. So we keep looping over integers. We keep increasing index. If index is, I guess it's 3 or equal, is that it? I guess we'll have to go through 3, so yeah. There we go. Okay. So we have chords. For circle, of course, we have still 2 more shapes to delight ourselves with. Let's go to this. With exactly 4 integers, the first of which must be less than the third, and the second of which must be less than the fourth. The 4 points must represent respectively something something that we don't care. You know what? We really don't care about what it is that the software represents. Yeah, we can just delete this. We don't care what the meaning is. We just care about validating it. So for values, the first must be less than the third. Wait. The first must be less than the third, and the second must be less than the fourth. Okay. I'm thinking whether I should maybe try to make an array for these guys. And then fill it out first, and then validate properties on it afterwards instead of going insane with indices. But who cares, I guess. So is there a special config to get Helix and ZLS to show these errors in lines and warnings? Not particularly, but what I'm using is Helix and not Vim or any other editor. So if you're using Helix, you will get the same experience. Okay, so this is it. Oh man. Oh wait, this is poly, not rect. Oh my god. So rect. Did you already port over 15? Yes, I did, but I haven't made a release yet. So Master Branch has it, but it's not released at the moment. Or it's better to wait for 0.15.1. If 0.15.1 is already out, Dax. So um, it's already a good time to upgrade. Yeah. And do it because there's a pretty painful, there are three painful things to do. One, array list unmanaged is now the new array list. So you'll need to fix this. It's boring stuff, but trivial to do. Second, um, formatting descriptors now are slightly different. If you have a formatting function, then you have to put F between curlies. Annoying to do, but again, also doable. Third, um, third one is, well, the rest of WriterGate. So the new reader and writer interfaces, you'll have to learn them, and there's some work there to be done. But the good news is that you do this work now, and then your upgrade later on to the full async IO stuff will be smooth sailing because most of the complicated stuff is in the reader writer interface. So you get to do that early. You get benefits already. And then when the new IO switch happens, you'll have to do not a lot of work. Actually, not just not a lot. I would say very little work most of the time. So should contain four numbers when shape is rect. Okay, but in this case, it's not a valid num. Delightful. Okay, so we have this. We have the exact number complained, and that's it. Its first number must be lower than the second number. We're exiting early, and we're not realizing that. We're missing this error here. Okay. There you go. Okay, one shitty thing to go. Polygon state. Jesus, what a mess. This is a bloodbath. This thing. Holy shit. Your elements must have a coord attribute with at least 6 integers. The number of integers must be even. Each pair of integers must represent a coordinate given as the distance is blah blah blah. I don't care what this stuff must represent. All I care about is that is the grammar. So it needs to be an odd number. Sorry, an even number. At least 6 integers. But you know what? This is actually nicer because this is something that we can do more nicely without having to go insane as much. So we have the number here. We parse this number in here. We don't even have to break because we can continue in this case. Although maybe breaking, you know what? Maybe breaking is a good idea. Let's break in this case. So we have the number. We don't even care about the number. All we care about is keep doing this until we're done. And then at the end, we say, if IDX is lower than 6, then we error out. We can even mix it. No, let's have 2 separate errors. Why not? At least in 6 numbers when shape is poly. And then otherwise, if IDX it's odd, should contain an even number of entries when shape is poly. Evaluate for this attribute should contain at least 6 numbers. We have it. Disgusting. It makes no sense. Not even the people in the spec, the work on the spec itself, have any idea what this stuff even is supposed to mean. But we do have something. So we can finally move past this stuff. I think that with this we're done. We have completed the area. $22. Maybe we can try to do article and aside, and hopefully they're not too bad. Wait, did I give it a description? Oh, no. Wait, we forgot to do the description. Okay, so I'm gonna paste it here quickly, but we forgot to do the description of the area. Let's do the description of the area. Such a delightful element. Okay, now area is done. Okay, article should be simple because I believe it's one of those elements that has like pretty much nothing in it. Flow content, article, flow sectioning, but we don't care about the sectioning. We don't care about sectioning because nobody accepts sectioning in the content. So flow is flow. Once flow. No attributes, no nothing. This is it. Attributes, static content model. Fill out the description and call it a day. Article. There you go. Also attributes. Empty set. 23. Aside. Okay, what can you put in aside? Flow. It's flow. Once flow. Nothing else. Oh, you know what though? I should read the description below because there might be some other stuff. So this is it. Let's put the description, but then let's go read more because there could be something else. Well, this is it. Okay, let's read if there's any other rules, but there shouldn't be. Represents these knots. It's not appropriate to use the aside element just for parentheticals, since those are part of the main flow of the document. Sure. Article represents are nested. The inner article represents articles that are in principle related to the contents of the outer article. For instance, a blog entry on a site that accepts user submitted content comments could represent these comments as article elements nested within the article element of the blog entry. I have to say another thing. I find that there's so much meaningless masturbation around the meaning of these elements that it makes no sense. Like this whole idea of making the web of the semantic web is, I don't know. Like, what does this do? Like, you put a thing in another article. What did you achieve? You achieved nothing. Scrapers do not give a fuck whether it's in an article or it's in a div. So I guess you're making, in theory, you're making the life of the scraper easier, but you're not really, because documents have weird shapes. Sorry, websites in general have weird shapes. So it's the scraper in any case has to do guesswork. And now lately the scrapers are all AIs, so they don't really care. But it's not accessibility, no. Because the thing is, okay, so some things do have accessible in implications. But the majority of these things don't really have accessibility implications. So, for example, it would make sense to have something that separates, the main content from secondary stuff, so that somebody with a reader could jump to the main content. And to me, that makes sense. So, like, main does that, and I believe the main does that, but it has some rules attached to it. Like, article has nothing attached to it. I don't understand what it makes. Like, what even is the point? Yeah, ontologies are the F and that kind of stuff. Yeah, just another piece of insanity that basically went nowhere. So, okay, nothing interesting here. Nothing interesting here for us to implement. Cool. So with this aside is done. We give it the empty set. Audio and B, we go to 24. Okay, and now there's all the remaining ones. Now the question is, do I want to continue? I'm not sure I want to continue. Maybe I just want to stop here. Maybe it's also time that I start asking for help, because all the super simple ones, at this point, it's just a matter of filling out these things. So, but you know what? Maybe it's good that I do it so that I make sure that everything is up to quality standards, which, to be fair, are not like turbo high, but at least I go through everything once for real. Yeah. Well, I'm thinking that I'm gonna stop here. This has been good work today. We haven't made a ton of progress, but still, I mean, compared to the other days, we're at 24, which is not bad. So, next time we do, I don't know, maybe something like this, if we're lucky, if these guys are not too complicated. And chunk at a time, we're going to consume it all. Also, we did all of the headings stuff, which was nice. We also have a bunch of other simpler ones, like easy ones, like strong. Style is probably also kind of simple, I'm guessing. So, yeah. We're getting there. Okay, thank you all for hanging out. I'm going to call it a day. And yeah, I don't know. Enjoy your day. And I'll see you next time.